All right, we're ready for you guys. If someone wants to kick that cone out of the way at the head of staging lane 1, we'll fire up some cars. We'll do some burnouts and some wheelies. Let's go. It is time to have some fun here at Rock Falls Raceway. Suit up, belt up, helmets on, throttle to the floor. With our first batch of cars making their first test and tune runs of the day, Just want to remind everybody, speed limit here on the return roads and in the pits is 5 miles an hour. Speed limit on the racetrack, unlimited. But off the track, that's where we have a speed limit for safety reasons. So if you haven't had your car technically inspected yet, staging lanes 7 and 8 are where you need to go with your tech card and your safety equipment. If you have turned in your tech card, thank you. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open for testing right now as we speak, and they will be open for testing all day long until 5 p.m., but at 1 p.m., We are going to see if we want some people that want to bracket race. We'll set those up. And whatever interest you may have or any ideas you may have, things are pretty open with the low car count. We have a lot more options to do. We might set up some grudge racing later if you want to do that. Kind of give yourself practice at bracket racing along with the bracket racing we'll have later. We have the ability to do that, and if we find enough people that want to give that a shot, we'll do that. All right, trying to get things organized so I can get some names along with some racers. Left side, we got Andy Konachek. Right side, we got Joe Badur. Off they go. Little peak of sun. Not going to be a lot of that today, it looks like, at least not till later in the day. Some ominous clouds off to our west and north. Hopefully they stay away and things stay dry for us here. Again, tech inspection is open. Lanes 7 and 8, but the lanes for testing and tuning 1 and 2 are open right now. Right side, we got Jason Vaughn. Left side, Sue Rudd. Off they go. Nice runs. Feels good to get in the car and leg it out for a quarter mile. Yes, I said a quarter mile. Unlike a lot of racetracks across the nation, we are racing the full quarter mile here. Like drag racing started and was meant to be. I want to say a happy 18th birthday to James Pierce. Happy birthday, James. Hope you're enjoying your day here at Rock Falls Raceway. And I also hope you get cake. Everybody should get cake on their birthday. Were I elected president, it would be a federal law. Brittany Rudd, left side. Steve Flom in the right. His 2020 Jeep Grand Wagoneer with a Hellcat motor. That is a fast, fast Jeep. 2 words you usually never hear. 1175 at 115. 2 words you'd usually never hear put together is a fast Jeep. But they make them now. Or at least they did up till 2024. Not sure what's going to happen after that, at least V8-wise. Kurt and Corey Wamhoff now. Kurt in his 65 Malibu. Corey in his 70 El Camino. A couple of good-looking cars here. Regular racers here at Rock Falls. Glad to see you out here today. Yeah, I was going to say, it must be a little bit of a grudge match. Both went red. They'll have to come back and settle this again later. 11:52 to 11:65, certainly going to be determined by reaction time. Sue Rudd back for another hit in the left side. And Andy Konachek back for another hit. So things are happening here at the Rock. You're able to get your runs in, and I'm glad to see everyone taking advantage of the dry weather we have at this moment. And getting your hits in early and often. It's a great day to be here. Not a lot of cars, so let's keep the speed limits in check. Plenty of time today to get your runs in. A lot of fun to be had. Definitely a lot of fun to be had here today at Rock Falls Raceway. Wide open throttle, that's how we like to see it. Jason Vaughn back for another hit in his 05 GTO. Any of you that listen to me know I like red cars, and I like red race cars. All of them. Squaring off against Alex Schultz. His that's a 2017 Chevy SS. Wow. He makes the GTO look a little off. I'm guessing his SS is not stock. Here we have Gene Kieski in that 67 Pontiac GTO. 66, pardon me. Pontiac Le Mans, not a GTO. Squaring off with Samantha Schultz in the G8. Couple of Pontiacs, one a real Pontiac, one an Australian Pontiac. Oh, pardon me. I took my Claritin this morning because I felt a little goofy, but the air is just a little off. I've been sneezing up a storm this morning. But we're getting things done. Just a reminder there, Mr. Wamoff, 5 miles an hour in the pits, not 50. 5 miles an hour in the pits. Testing action is hot and heavy. Just want to remind everybody, you got time. You got time. You don't need to go excessively fast to get back in line to make your next run. And I'll leave it at that. But we're glad you're all here today. Of course, that speed limit also does apply to scooters, golf carts, etc., etc. If we see you running too fast in the pits, we'll slap you with a speeding ticket. No, we won't do that, but we just want everybody to be safe. Just going over some horror stories that we've seen. Bad things happen in staging lanes, in pit return roads, stuff like that. All easily avoidable, avoiding excess speed in those areas. So, but there is one place where there is no excess speed, and that is between the starting line and the finish line. So have at it. Do the biggest burnout you can. Flog your car. You are in the right place to be doing that. And we're glad you're here. Little excess smoke off of Kurt's car in the shutdown area. Smokes a little bit going down the track. Valve guides, something like that maybe. Hopefully not, maybe just a valve cover gasket. But it certainly seems to react more smoke when he closes the throttle. I'm going to go with Betty Connor, left side. Sue Rudd over here in the right lane. Sue out of Mondovi. Betty out of Eau Claire. Boy, clean looking Nova. Clean looking Nova. That looks like a fun car to drive on the street for sure. Glad you're out here at the racetrack though. 1276, 106 miles an hour. It's about as fast as my first race car ever went. I should say the first version of my first race car. My first race car I raced for 24 years before I have what is now my second race car, which is a dragster, but it is only my second race car. Corey Hansen now coming up left side, and that's 79 Mordor Chevy Impala. He's got SS emblems on it, so I'm going to call it an Impala SS. Wes Wyman over here in his 67 Firebird. Right side, purging the nitrous on that. Always fun when you got a little push button for an extra 100 horsepower or more. Off they go. $10.54. Saw West go 10.86 earlier, so picking up the pace. Put some more nitrous to it, as long as the bottle's still got some in there. Put a bigger pill in. It's fun. Brittany Rudd making a lap down the track, 14.98, 89 miles an hour. Here we got something a little more special. Eric Bandit, 68 Nova. I see a parachute on the back, so it's not like your standard street Nova. Either got a bunch of nitrous or a turbo, probably a turbo. A lot of tire spin. Work on that, make things a lot quicker, but boy, it's got some power hauling down the track. 145 miles an hour, 966. Definitely can decrease the ET. Getting the suspension set up a little bit more, getting a little bit better traction, but man, that car has some power. Oh, husband-wife face-off right here. Joe Badur, left side. Tiffany Badur in the right. Oh. Joe Badur tries to grab the starting line advantage. Puts it 13 red. Score a point for Tiffany. In the season-long battle that's been going on between husband and wife. I think they're pretty close. But like I say, Tiffany just scored another point. David Bowden now left side. Some of these names I don't have in my computer. But in the Camaro in the right lane, that is Reed Brown. Reed out of Strum, Wisconsin. Nice looking Camaro. 101 miles an hour. That's always a good landmark. You can go 100 miles an hour in the quarter mile. You do not have a slow car. Mike Bentley in the Mustang in the right lane. Jason Brown in the 08 Corvette with tons of power. In the left lane, 132 miles an hour. Spinning in first, second gear, maybe third. Some of the cars simply take finesse, and that's hard to do when you want to go wide open throttle. Brittany Rudd back for another hit in the right lane. And I don't have a tech card yet for the good-looking Nova in the right lane. Very quick. I guess should be in the 10-second range. 10:77, 1:26. A lot of speed. So if you are a late arrival, come on up to registration, get your tech card purchased, fill your tech card out, and then bring your tech card and your car and your safety equipment up to, we'll say, staging lane 8, just to make it easy for Kurt. 7 or 8 are open for tech inspection. Get your car technically inspected and safety certified. Turn your tech card in, you'll be ready to race. Staging lanes 1 and 2 are open for testing. We're going to run our test and tune session up through 1 o'clock, and then we'll look to see if we got some bracket racers that want to do some bracket racing. And if you don't want to participate in the bracket racing, you're welcome to test and tune until 5 o'clock, when we will end our day. So use your time accordingly. Keep an eye on your radar. Right now we're in a good spot. We got some dry weather. I don't see any clouds coming our way at the moment, but sometimes I get distracted and a system can sneak up on us. But like I say, for right now, the track is in awesome shape and it's dry. Jesse Haugesag, right side in that Firebird. Real racy looking. Got all the equipment on. Should go in the 9s or better. We like to see that, wearing your safety equipment. Very nice pass, straight and true. 994. Nice pass. 74 Firebird, that is. Jesse, an engine builder out of Shakopee, Minnesota. All right, starter Kirby is pepped up the starting line. A little dust, a little spray. And we'll keep things rolling here at Rock Falls Raceway. Test and tune muscle car and motorcycle showdown today. We are in the test and tune portion of today's program. Brian Godecki, the super fast Nova, right side. Gene Kieski over in the left lane. Gene out of Cadott, Wisconsin. Godecki comes down from Canada. Shunik, Ontario. Thanks for coming down, Brian. A little trouble with the shift. Let out early. Was on a good pass. Stuck to the racetrack. Brian's got a good setup on that car. A lot of power. You have to usually tame them down at the head of the throttle. Otherwise, they'll just blow the tires off. But he had a good run going there. 117 60 foot. 483, 147 at the 8th. And had trouble on the 1-2 shift. Had to kind of, something went on there. But Dave Hodgman over here in the right lane in his 68 Chevelle, having a little trouble keeping it running. Going to give it another shot. Dave out of Ramsey. See a parachute on here. This must be another, this is a super duper car. We don't know how fast it'll go. I haven't seen it before. I'm sure he's been out here. Hope he gets it up on the chip. Just having trouble getting that thing to get off idle. He's able to do the burnout okay, but doesn't want to stay running. We'll get him pushed off the starting line. And we'll get the next cars in line. So hopefully they have time to work on that, get it worked out. Getting a little dimmer, a little heavier cloud cover. So just a reminder, we're kind of on an iffy day here. And while it's dry, if you have the chance, I recommend you get your runs in. Just as a sidelight, I wanted to make sure I got this mentioned, and I'm sure I'll mention it again later today. Was watching a little Pro Stock qualifying last night up at BIR. Some of you might know they got a national event going on up there, but a lot of those cars were here last weekend. And I just wanted to point out the fact that we had a low ET of 655 with a 0. Erica Enders did that, and Aaron Stanfield had top speed of 210 plus miles an hour. Last night watching qualifying at Brainerd, fastest ET, number 1 qualifier, was Greg Anderson at 664 with a 1. Almost a full tenth slower than here at Rock Falls Raceway. You can come to the conclusion you want to come to on that, but this track is almost a tenth faster, basically, week to week. And we're pretty darn proud of it. Another husband-wife rematch there. Joe Badur, Tiffany, making it on down the track. Joe getting the better end of it this time, 120 on the reaction time. Cars are different on ETs, so we know that that's not part of the deal. But reaction time is where it's mostly won and lost in this sport. And that time Joe got the better end of it. So far for today, it's 1-1. I'll try and keep track as the day goes on. Steve Flom in his 20 Jeep Grand Cherokee, I think. Hellcat motor in that. Alex Schultz in the 2017 SS. Both very quick vehicles for being street driven. Corey Wamoff in his 70 El Camino. I always liked this body style in an El Camino. Of course, I like most El Caminos. Just a cool car. Jason Cougar in the GTO in the left lane. Also, just a cool car. Jason comes to us from La Crosse. Jeremy Pater in the 79 Monza, 406 cubic inches. Jeremy comes to us from Champlin. Way back in the day, I remember a car like that cruising back in Minneapolis town. Big engine Monza. Surprised a lot of people. 1066 for Jeremy. Plenty quick. Jeremy Tomford over here in the right lane in his 69 Chevelle. A lot of torque on that vehicle. Out of Lake City, Minnesota. Farmer by trade. Taking a day off. Jackson Tomford. Also from Lake City. I'm going to guess also a farmer. Also driving a 69 Chevelle. So pair of family Chevelles racing each other. Grudge matching. This is the place to do it. Get your race on right here at Rock Falls Raceway. Get it out of your system. They don't let you do this legally on the street. Mike Bentley in the right, Brittany Rudd left side. Off they go. Separated by only 3 thou in reaction time. Keith Lee over in the right-hand lane. That is a 1975 Firebird. 455 HO says on the hood scoop. Just a fantastic example of them trying to claw their way through the 70s with high-performance cars. But you used to see a lot of that stuff. You don't see a lot of it anymore, so it's fun to see. Jeff Serene now taking a hit on his 9-second motorcycle. .933. Solid pass. Solid pass. Let's take a check of the old air density online. See where we're at. Yesterday we were at about 2,750 feet, got as high as 2,900 feet. Not good air. This morning right now, 70 degrees, 81% humidity, lots of water grains, 91, less than yesterday though. Yesterday we were at 101. 13 mile an hour quartering tailwind out of the northwest. Add up all the numbers, we have a correction factor of almost 7% from sea level, density altitude 2,400 feet, which is not as bad as yesterday. It's certainly not great, but at least it is better than yesterday. So if you were out here yesterday, you should be going a little bit quicker today. And if you weren't out here yesterday, we're glad you're here today. Later on in the fall, we'll have air density readings as low as 1,000 feet, which is the actual altitude here. And if it's a cool, crisp morning, it can go below that. I've seen it as low as 500 feet. Which makes for great performance as long as we have some sun on the track to help warm it up. No sun today, but we got enough temperature outside. The track is hanging in there. Russ Brown now, right side in his 70 CUDA. Can't read the numbers. Might be a 383, might be a late model Hemi, I'm not sure. But in that left lane, I'm sure, that is a Hellcat engine in that Jeep Grand Cherokee, and it goes 115, I put my glasses on here, 115 miles an hour. Not a light vehicle. It takes a lot to get something going that fast, that heavy. Brittany Rudd now, left side. 72 Chevy Nova. Cougar in that 05 GTO. Getting the hang of things. Chasing a bank manager, of all things. Even bank managers like to go fast. Terrific. Glad you're here. Haven't seen Jason before. But this is my first year back after a long layoff here. Fine at 992 at 138 pass. Jack Senderhout out of Zimmerman, Minnesota, in what looks to be a very fast 86 Mustang. Oh my. Lots of nitrous purge in here. This should be a good one. Crew getting everything squared away. Jack stages it up. Gonna turn it loose. Didn't quite get the hookup he wanted. Got out there in the middle of the track, things were working. Wes Wyman now, right side. Eric Bandit in the left. they go. A little too much power on the hit there for Eric, but once he got out and re-engaged the throttle, things seemed to work pretty dang good. 148 miles an hour, 953. Definitely some ET potential left in that vehicle. Couple of motorcycles here. See if I can get some names associated with them. Terry Marthaler. And Nels Torgerson. I believe that's who we have. Nels in the left lane. Off they go. It's just fun to go fast. And this is the place to do it. Rock Falls Raceway. This is the muscle car and motorcycle shootout. We are in our test and tune portion of the day. We're about an hour and a half in. I was happy to see I believe the Twins hung on for a win last night. Let me double check here. Twins did hang on for a win, and the Twins thank the Brewers for beating up on Cleveland. That helps Twins out in their standings. For any of you baseball fans out there, Sue Rudd, right side, Kurt Wamoff in the left. We got some slick tires on the Corvette now. Still having issues with tire spin. Not a lot of suspension movement in a car like that. Kevin Post now right side. In his S10 pickup. Back to the husband-wife shootout here. Lane change has occurred. Tiffany now left side, Joe in the right. Both in and staged. Let's see what happens. Couple of great lights. But Joe scores the victory here, 37 to a 64. Puts the score at 2-1 for Joe right now. See if I can keep up with this action as the day goes on. Sue Rudd putting down the best light of the day, 001. 1 thou from perfect on the reaction time. Very good job. Just want to let everybody know at 12:30 we're going to kind of take a little break. We're going to do some track prep on the track. We got a few no-time cars out here. We're going to do a little special preparation for them. So at 12:30 there's going to be a little break in the action. Again, at 1 o'clock we're going to start our bracket racing. And just to kind of let you know, it looks like we'll have 2 categories. We're not going to run the usual indexes for our muscle car stuff. We have not a lot of cars out here, but we're going to kind of lump a large category. We're going to take most everybody who's been bracket racing or feels they've been bracket racing before. We're going to lump them in one category, and then we'll have a novice category for those who don't feel that confident about bracket racing. We're going to lump you into a novice category, and that's kind of an honor system deal. We don't want any sharks getting into the novice bracket category. And those are going to be our 2 categories for cars. Of course, we'll have one for bikes. And then after, I think, 2 or 3 rounds of the bigger bracket of the 2, we'll have a last chance race or consolation race. There'll be trophies awarded to all the winners of those 4 races, but I think we'll break it down like that because last time we had a kind of an advanced, an intermediate, and a novice, and we really don't have a lot of advanced stuff here. Advanced was basically for delay box cars and whatnot, and we don't have a ton of those, if any, here. So we'll just lump one big category, have one main champion, and then we'll have a consolation champion that'll run off of that. We'll keep novices separate. We'll have a novice champion, and we'll have a motorcycle champion. But that's what we're looking at as far as that goes. I hope that kind of fits in with what we have here today. A little different day, a little lower car count, so that's kind of the decision we're making on that. I hope it fits in with everybody. But it should make for some good racing, and should allow everybody to get the racing in they want to get in. If you don't want to participate in the bracket races, you don't have to. You can certainly keep testing and tuning all day long. We will keep lanes 1 and 2 open for test and tune cars all afternoon. So if you don't want a bracket race, you don't have to. But if you want to run for a trophy, you can get in the bracket races. It's no additional cost. It's part of the program. And you can do some bracket racing and try and win a trophy today. And be a muscle car champion or a motorcycle champion. So just wanted to let you know what's going on, what's happening. Because, hey, we're going to be taking a break and doing some starting line preparation for some of the no-time cars that want a little special preparation. And we're going to be doing that in about 10 minutes, so there'll be a little bit of a delay. We'll run a few more cars off, and then around 1 o'clock I will make the announcement to the lanes for the bracket races that we're going to run. Otherwise, enjoy your lunch. It is the noon hour. Head on over to the concession stand. Hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken tenders. They got all kinds of stuff. Cheese curds, French fries. They got all the good food right here on the property. So head on over to the concession stand. They also got beer, soda pop, all kinds of things to drink. I think they got seltzers. But you were in the right place. Enjoy the day. It's staying dry. We love that. And I think it should stay dry. The later we get into the day, we have more and more of a chance of not getting wet. So things are going well. I hope you're enjoying your time here at Rock Falls Raceway today. Okay, for now we have empty staging lanes. We're going to go ahead and do our broomin' and groomin' on the starting line. So we'll be down for a little bit of time. No need to hurry back to the lanes. We're going to get the starting line back up to snuff. We got some no-time cars that want to run. And then we're getting real close to getting into our bracket portion of today's program. Once again, to go over that, this is what we've decided to do. We're going to have one big bracket for everybody to run in, other than our novice cars and our motorcycles. And if you're unsure of whether you're a novice or not, if you've done some bracket racing in the past, you're probably not a novice. If you haven't done a lot of bracket racing and you're not sure how it works, you are a novice. And that's where you should be. So, like I say, we just want to keep the sharks out of the novice pond and let some of the novices learn how this bracket racing works, and gives them a friendly atmosphere to do it in, where everybody's kind of on the same level. Otherwise, the rest of you, and I know most of you, you'll be in the big bracket, and you'll be running all together in one bracket. And then we will draw from that after a couple rounds, maybe 3 rounds, and we'll have a consolation race from those who didn't make it to the end of eliminations. Once you are in eliminations, you will stay racing as long as you're winning, and there will be no testing for you. But once you are eliminated from your bracket race, you can certainly resume testing and tuning, again, unless you get into, once we start the consolation race. Motorcycle race is self-explanatory. Motorcycles will compete for their trophy. Novices will compete for their trophy. It's just the big bracket. We're going to run everybody through that because, like I say, I don't see a lot of delay box cars here, and put you all on the same footing. You can pick your own dial in. You don't have to run an index. So what you've been doing all morning will apply directly to what you think you can dial and run, and we'll run it through that. And like I say, we'll draw from that. I think after 3 rounds, we'll reopen the lanes again for a consolation race for those drivers that didn't make it through the big race the first time and are still in. And then we'll run that to completion. And that'll probably get us to the end of the day. We had a few light sprinkles come through there. Not enough to slow us down. Track has got enough temperature. Everything's staying steady. And as we get into the afternoon, I see a little blue sky breaking to the west. Hopefully that continues and we don't have any issues with our weather. We've been skating on the edge all day long. Things have been popping up around the area, but for right now we're dry, and we're going to keep racing as long as we have a dry racetrack. So just kind of a preview of what's to come for all of you who are here today. Thank you for coming out. Thanks for spending your day with us. Concession stand is open. You got a chance to get yourself something to eat, or if you're grilling, get that grill fired up and get cooking. Get yourself some lunch before we switch over to our afternoon program with the bracket racing, which is what we'll be doing after we run these time trials. And depending on how that goes, like I say, about 1 o'clock, I'll make the calls, or a little bit before 1 o'clock, I will make the calls to the staging lanes for our bracket categories. And once again, that will be basically everybody who is not a novice will be in one group. Then we'll have our bracket novice cars, and we'll have our motorcycles. Those will be the 3 main groups to start, followed later by a consolation race. So even if you lose in the first big race, first big car race, you don't have to go home. You can get into the consolation race later on. And you don't have to go home, because if you don't want to race at all, you can continue testing. And we'll just alternate between our bracket racers and testers for the rest of the afternoon. At Rock Falls here, we have a pile of sponsors that deserve recognition. And I'm going to take some time out now and read through some of the great sponsors that we have here at Rock Falls Raceway. First off, if you're down in front of the tower, you see on our winner circle, you see the Midwest Family. Midwest Family is your source for hits across western Wisconsin. 105.1 News and Sports. 95.9 Farm Classic Country. 92.9 The X Real Rock. 94.1 Adult Contemporary. 98.1 my favorite, Greatest Hits. And 104.5 Wax Country. In addition to this, Midwest offers digital marketing, streaming TV, and much, much more. Connect today at midwestfamilyofcompanies.org. Muscle Car Restorations are committed to providing the highest quality, detail-driven automobile restorations available in the industry. Their quality speaks for itself and very loudly when you see the results. With an open workmanship policy and emphasis on keeping the customer in the loop, rest at ease knowing that your valuable property is in good hands. Get your project started at musclecarrestorations.com. Keep your money in good hands by trusting the folks at Nicolay Bank, located all across Wisconsin. Supporting customers, shareholders, and employees alike, Nicolay's core values are to keep you happy. Real people, real conversations, member FDIC. Open an account today at nicolaybank.com. Shop O'Reilly Auto Parts from your phone and pick up your parts in-store or have them shipped to you. Get the parts you want, how you want them, with O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. And O'Reilly, you see them out there on our left lane scoreboard. They are a sponsor of the left lane here at Rock Falls Raceway. Shannon Auto Glass. Need a chip fixed? Need new glass? Shannon Auto Glass is your one-stop shop for all your glass needs. Shannon Auto Glass offers top-notch service and won't stop until you're satisfied. Visit Shannon Auto Glass, the best racer-owned and operated glass shop, ready to service your needs. Tool Grid Organization Systems will take your toolbox to the next level. Customized to your exact needs with systems built for whatever tools you have. Remove the frustration of missing tools and not knowing where something is by getting a Tool Grid system today. Order now at toolgridsystem.com. And thankfully we haven't seen them much today or yesterday. The Wisconsin Lottery Rollback and Dooley safety trucks are also our safety truck. With over $10 billion awarded to customers since 1988, make sure you scratch your winning itch with Wisconsin Lottery. A full slate of games available, whether it's the $1 Million Powerball or Mega Millions or Fast Play and Scratchers. Visit your local Wisconsin Lottery retailer to take a chance at changing your life. Find all local retailers at wilottery.com. WQOW Channel 18 News is your leading source for local and regional news, sports, and weather. Trust your friends at WQOW to provide the information you need when you need it. Check out WQOW.com to find weather, news, sports, and possibly win tickets to Rock Falls Raceway events. Just to let everybody know, the reason you're not being called to the lanes right now is we got some drizzles going on. We've got most of the prep taken care of, but we had a little heavier drizzle come through, and I can tell by looking at the pavement out there, we got another little bit of a drizzle going on. So once we get that out of the way and the track is dry and safe, I'll be calling you to the lanes. We'll be calling our brackets up. And we'll get started with today's racing program. But for right now, we're on hold because of the weather, and that gives you a chance to visit that concession stand, get something delicious to eat, or some thirst-quenching drinks. They got it all down there. Alcoholic beverages, if you're not racing, ice cream treats, candy, all kinds of stuff. If that doesn't suit your fancy, you can stop into registration. The merchandise room is in there. Do some early Christmas shopping for your family and friends. Never a bad time to pick up a souvenir here from Rock Falls Raceway. But again, right now we are on hold due to some moisture coming out of the sky. And as soon as that quits, and we know it's going to stay dry for a little while, we'll get you back up here so you can be thinking about the dial-ins you want to put on your cars, because when you get called back up here, you'll be going into round one. And again, we'll have two classes. We'll have a novice bracket class and a regular bracket class. Most of you will be in that regular class. And then motorcycles also. Motorcycles can run the brackets in the motorcycle-only class. We'll run that off. And we will continue testing and tuning the entire afternoon. So if you're not in the bracket classes, you are still allowed, or you'll still be able to, I shouldn't say allowed. You are here to do it. You've paid to do it. You will continue to test and tune as you feel you need to. While we're waiting for these sprinkles to end, want to wish James Pierce happy 18th birthday. Happy birthday, James. Hope you're enjoying your day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Thanks for coming out, spending your birthday with us here. Happy birthday, James Pierce. Happy 18th birthday. It's a big one. Now you get to go down to the post office, register for the draft. I don't know if they still do that. I know when I turned 18, you had to do that. They probably quit that years and years and years ago. Autocraft. Looking for restoration work? Autocraft Race Cars and Restorations is your source for show quality paint, chassis, metal fab, and much more. Check out autocraft.org for the full line of products and services provided locally here in Eau Claire. B&K Trucking. When it comes to top quality transportation, B&K Trucking delivers the best for our customers. B&K Trucking specializes in flatbed and step deck freights. All their trailers come with lumber, steel tarps, straps, and chains to secure your load, and air ride trailers with spread axles to ensure your product is delivered safely to its destination. Reach out now at bk-trucking.com. Barnhart Truck and Auto. Barnhart Truck and Auto is a premier veteran-owned auto repair shop in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, with over 20 years of experience. Their expert team offers automotive repair and diesel truck repair, including engine repair, brakes, transmission, oil changes, battery replacement, and more. Stop by today or check out barnharttruckandauto.com and get your vehicle back on the road in top condition. Best Western Eau Claire South. Conveniently located just off I-94 and Highway 53, Best Western is the preferred hotel of Rock Falls Raceway. Enjoy a relaxing stay at the Best Western Eau Claire South, next to the best restaurants and attractions in Eau Claire. Bishop's Performance offers the highest quality automotive products available, with a variety of top-name products. Your source for J-Line Performance products, Race Star Pro wheels, NGK spark plugs, Go Lithium batteries, Hughes Performance transmissions, Seafoam products, and 1320 Motorsports marketing. Go confidently with the team at Bishop's Performance. Learn more at bishops-performance.com. Capital Motor Company is devoted to offering you the best customer service available in the automotive industry, carrying a great selection of clean, used vehicles, including many sought-after pre-owned models. Their vehicle selection is priced at a great value to you, with all vehicles going through an extensive inspection process before being offered to future customers. Find your next ride at capitalmotorcompany.com. Chippewa Valley Energy Co-op is the leading source for propane, fuel, and lubricants in the Chippewa Valley region. Whether you need delivery services or above ground tanks, Chippewa Valley Energy Co-op gets you the fuel you need to succeed. Check out ChippewaValleyEnergy.com to learn more about the services provided. Well, it looks like the rain has let up a little bit. You see the tractor out there drying the track off. C-Tech, founded in 1994 by Jim Greenheck, C-Tech Manufacturing was built on innovation, custom solutions, and a commitment to superior organization. C-Tech Manufacturing's lightweight, durable, and featured-packed carts, cabinets, drawers, and cop boxes have changed how customers work, live, and play. Discount Tire is your Eau Claire-based source for the best tires and wheels. Whether it's for your daily driver or your race machine, Discount Tire will take care of you. Shop hundreds of options and find the right tires and wheels for you at tires.com. Erickson Excavating of Cumberland provides a dedicated workforce focused on providing cost-effective, quality service no matter the project. Delivering projects safely, efficiently, and always on time. Check out EricksonExcavatingInc.com the next time you have a big project. So word from the starting line is the track is dry. We're going to reapply some traction compound to that. That's going to take a few more minutes. But at this point in time, if you want to resume testing and tuning, you can come up in lanes 1 and 2. If you're going to be bracket racing, and this is our main bracket race, you'll come up in 3 and 4. That pretty much includes anybody that wants to bracket race other than our novice competitors. Our novice competitors, and you know who you are, you know how you feel about bracket racing. If you're if you're unsure of how it works, lanes 5 and 6 are your lanes. Motorcycles, you can make your way to the front of the lanes any which way you can, somewhere around that 7 and 8 area. And those will be our 3 main bracket races. So there's going to be a little bit of time before we do that as we apply the liquid gold to the racetrack. Make it extra sticky for everybody. But those will be our 3 brackets. And like I said, after I think 3 rounds of the bigger bracket, main bracket, however, whatever you want to call it, we'll take the losers from that and we'll put them in a consolation race. And you'll run for a trophy for that. No extra charge on any of this stuff. This is all included in today's admission price. And there are no buybacks. No buybacks. So basically treating it as a no box bracket. For our main bracket, lanes 3 and 4, novice, 5 and 6. Novices, you know who you are, and you know if you belong in the novice class. Basically, our beginner bracket racers haven't done a lot of it, not familiar with the process, not familiar with the handicap starts. You'll need to have dial-ins on the car, on the right-hand windows. When you come up, you'll be coming up for round 1. Staging directors will help you, and if you don't have any shoe polish, they may have some down there, or you can borrow some from your neighbor. Get your dial-ins written on the right-hand side of the car. The right-hand window is a good spot, or right front of the windshield, or both. Make it better. Make it easier on us. We appreciate it. So don't be shy, bracket racers. Come on up. Lanes 3 and 4. And if you're in the novice class, or put yourself in the novice class for bracket racing, lanes 5 and 6. If you're planning on testing and tuning, 1 and 2 will still remain open. We're going to start with our main bracket first. Lanes 3 and 4, motorcycles. If you want to come up in 7 and sort yourself out at the front of the staging lanes, you're welcome to do so also. We'll run all the brackets out first. Then we will resume with our testing and tuning cars. And we will alternate between eliminations and testing and tuning throughout the rest of the afternoon. So don't be shy. If you're ready to race, come on up in your appropriate lanes. Again, the main thing is just novices only, lanes 5 and 6. Everybody else that wants to compete, lanes 3 and 4. We are not going to have indexes. We just don't have enough cars to do so. So we've got some people who want to race. I like to see it. I know we got a bunch more out there that want to race. And like I say, we have a novice class for those who, we just call them beginners, novices. That's all there is to it. We understand that it's hard to compete in bracket racing if you've never done it before, or if you don't do it very often. So lanes 5 and 6, if you're a novice, there's no shame in being a novice at all. No shame. We all had to learn somehow. Most of us got thrown in with the sharks right off the bat. So let's roll them on up. And once we get our staging lanes full, as we think we're going to have them, we'll have our national anthems, and then we will start today's racing program. And again, keep in mind, if you do lose first round, you don't have to quit racing. 1, you can either keep testing, or 2, you can wait until we have our consolation bracket. Consolation bracket will start, I think, after 3 rounds of our big race, depending how many cars we have in our big class. We'll have a consolation bracket separate from the remaining cars in 3 and 4 right now, our main bracket. We'll call it a muscle bracket. Muscle car bracket, lanes 3 and 4. Come right on. If you feel you're a novice, 5 and 6. Those are the lanes for you. Nothing wrong with being a beginner in this sport at all. Looks like we've got everybody moved into position just about. So we'll kick off today's program with some national anthems, hopefully, if I can get this right. And now, if you are able, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem. And now let's go racing muscle car showdown style. We have our intermediate / advanced combined bracket category coming out first. Going to be followed by our novice category and then motorcycles. Motorcycle showdown coming out last. And it is time to race. 2 cars go down, 1 come back. Until we have a final winner. Right side, Joe Badur, 1295, his dial. Going to get a head start from Dalton Ahrens. Ahrens in that 15 Camaro. Bright red, you know I like red race cars. I also like Joe's orange 69 Camaro, right side. Dalton dialed 12 flat in that left lane. Off they go. Reaction times make a big difference in this sport. You get your choice of what you want to run for a number, but reaction times dictate usually who wins, and Joe Badur had the reaction time advantage that time. He runs 600ths over his number, but still gets there by 1/10.5 for the win. Alex Schultz now left side, 1160 the dial. Tiffany Badur, Joe's wife, coming up in the Nova in the right-hand lane, dialed 1130. And Tiffany will advance as Alex goes red. Red is the worst defense you can make while bracket racing. Automatic loss. Alex is qualified now to get in that consolation race we're going to have later. Next pair out, Betty Connor. Looks like Betty and Don Connor. 1583 the dial, left side. Alyssa Claire, right side. And that's 71 Cutlass. 1416 the dial. Off they go. Connor goes red, hands the win over to Alyssa Claire. In that Cutlass. Runs it on down on the 1416, breaks it out by 23 thou, going under the dial. But going under the dial is the lesser of two infractions. When you go red and the other driver doesn't, you lose. Samantha Schultz now left side, getting away in that 09 Pontiac G8, being chased by David Bowden. Bowden in the S10. Dials 1150 and goes 1155 for the win. Had the better of the two reaction times, got there first, didn't break out. Took 400ths of wind stripe, that's about a full fender. Coming up now, Jesse Haugesag, that's 74 Firebird. Getting a bye this round, his opponent must have broke, I'm guessing. We're not out of cars, I don't think. And on the 991 runs 996. Next pair out. Kevin Post left side, dial 1032. Corey Wamoff in the right, 1169. In the El Camino. Off they go. Reaction time advantage going to the Chevy El Camino and turns it into a win. Corey Wamoff was 31 green, ran 600ths over and still got there by almost 300ths. Again, about a fender difference at the end for the win. Corey Hansen, left side in that Impala. Chevy Mordor, he calls it, 1256. Jenna Loffelholtz, 1298 in the right lane. Jenna goes 34 red, hands the win over to Corey. Corey was 52 green, runs 600ths over for the win. Tim Kunchier now, 973 left side. Gene Kieski, 1153 in the right. Off they go. Kunchier goes red, hands the win over to Kieski. Kieski was green, runs 4 over the dial, heading on to round 2. Mike Simmons now. Left side, 1110 the dial. Going to give a little chase, little baby head start to Jeremy Tomford. Tomford in the 69 Chevelle, right side. Off they go. Mike Simons, near perfect with his reaction time, has a big cushion. Gets the job done, runs 2/10 over the dial and still gets there by 700ths, which is a little less than half a car. Mike Simmons moving on. Tom Ford ran dead on, but the tardy reaction time he could not overcome. Jeremy Pater in that Spider Monza 79 vintage. Left lane, he goes red, hands the win over to the Chevelle. In the right lane, I don't have a name on that. I'll see if I can come up with one. And I didn't have a name on that Chevelle, but hopefully I'll get one before racing is finished. Mike Bentley now. Right side, Kurt Wamoff in the left. And Wamoff goes 5 little thousandths red. Mike Bentley right there, though. He's 12 green in that Mustang. Running it on down the track on that 14-15 dial. He goes under, but doesn't matter. Both drivers under. As Wamoff was red, handed the win over. This is the last car of Advanced Intermediate, our combined bracket. Russ Brown dialed up 1470, lets it go. He's green. And on down the track he goes in that 70 CUDA. Goes 1457, a bit under. He'll probably redial and come back. We're coming out now with our novice bracket. These are our novices. Just getting started in this wonderful yet frustrating sport sometimes. This is round 1 of our novice class. Sue Rudd, left side, 1270 the dial. Steve Flom, 1170 the dial. Right side. A little old school versus new school here. Big reaction time advantage going to the Jeep. Turns it into a win. Goes 1175 on the 1170 dial. Gets there by almost half a second, as Sue Rudd was a little tardy on the tree and over the dial. Brittany Rudd now left side, 15 flat the dial, and she goes 33 red, hands the win over to Jackson Tom Ford in his 69 Chevelle. He goes 006 green, almost perfect on the tree, and on that 1465 dial he goes 61 with a 2, 38 thou under. But moving on to round 2. Now we have Jason Cougar, left side in that 05 GTO, dial 1260. Going to get a 2-second head start from Wes Wyman. Wyman dialed 1060 in his 67 Firebird in the right lane. Off they go. Wes Wyman with the better reaction time, but had a lot of tire spin. Could not run the number. Jason Cougar, your winner in the GTO. Reed Brown in the right lane here, dialed 1405. Wow, a lot of clutch smoke out of the Corvette. That's a hard car to keep traction with no suspension movement. As he goes red, Reed Brown, your winner. '75 Trans Am. I think it's a 4-speed car to boot. 455 HO. This is Keith Lee out of La Crosse. Just a neat car. You don't see a lot of 4-speeds out here in the drag strip, but they are fun to drive. They're just really hard on parts when you get on a track with a lot of stick. 1257 he goes on that 1220 dial, but he's coming back for round 2 in the novice class. And this is our motorcycle class. Motorcycle shootout here, Rock Falls Raceway, during our muscle car and motorcycle shootout day. I know that's Jeff Serene in the right lane, dialed up with a 931. And that is Tyler Marthaler on his 09 Harley Davidson. Both with green lights, both with good green lights. 39 green for Marthaler. Can't get the job done, runs 6 over. As Jeff Serene was 12 green, runs 8 over, takes 5 thou at the finish line. 5 thou, that's less than half a wheel on a motorcycle for the win. Jeff Serene moving on, I think, to the final. And coming up now, taking the bye run, Nels Torgerson. He's out of Blair, Wisconsin on his 2002 Road King. Dialed in 11:25, gets the automatic win, and goes 11:29. Goes 11:29 on that 11:25 dial. And that completes our first round of competition. Today's muscle car shootout. And if the winners want to come back to the lanes when they're ready, stay in your appropriate lanes. Novices 5 and 6, and advanced intermediate 3 and 4, please. And if you have been eliminated round 1, don't fret. We're going to have that consolation race coming up later. Or you can continue testing and tuning in lanes 1 and 2 if you so choose. There, Jack Senderhout got a good pass in. Hooked up well. Radial cars leave a little different. But they made a very good pass that run. Was in the 8th, 497, 145 miles an hour. Real close to what my dragster will do, but he has way more mile an hour than I got. This is Eric Bandit now. See if he can get hooked up in this Nova. This thing's got a lot of potential. He got a little part. He got 10 feet out before he started breaking traction. 961 at 148. I think this thing, if he got the thing hooked up from the get-go and stayed hooked up, I think he'd put that thing in the 8s for sure. But it's a delicate balance when you got a ton of power and not a lot of tire. Car has very thin tires on it. So I think we should have 5 novice cars coming back. We should have 11 coming back in our advanced and intermediate combo bracket. I think we're light on, well, 1 car for sure. We got 10 back. We should have 11. Yeah, we do have them all. Thank you. Sorry about that. We're looking for 1 more of our novice bracket cars to come back. We're looking for 1 more. But we're already going into round 2 of our advanced bracket. We got 1 motorcycle up here. We got 1 more for a final. We are going to do Ward's presentation at the end of the day. We get all of our champions. We'll have you come up to the winner's circle for pictures and an interview with yours truly. Joe Badur, left side, 1295 the dial. Going to be chasing down Mike Bentley over here in the right lane. Bentley, 1415 the dial in his Mustang. Off they go. Bentley goes 56 red. Badur goes 140 green for the win. Let's see what Badur can do on that 1295 dial-in. 1290 with a 0, 500ths under. He may redial before he comes back. Bentley lets out. Goes a couple seconds over the dial. Next pair out, Alyssa Clare. Left side, and that's 71 Cutlass. David Bowden, 1150 the dial in the S10. Little over 2.5 second head start going to the Cutlass. And then the S10 is going to give chase. Off they go, pair of green lights, and they are identical reaction times. So whoever gets to the finish line first without breaking out is going to be your winner. And that was Alyssa Clare. She got there second as David Bowden broke it out by 22 thou, taking 41 thou. So he took half a car, had to take a bumper. Alyssa moving on, running one over the dial. Jesse Haugesag giving chase to Gene Kieski. This time Jesse has the better reaction time, but breaks it out by 11 thou, handing the win back to Kieski. Kieski runs 17 thou over the dial, and that's the important part, as Haugesag was under the dial for the loss on the breakout. Tiffany Badur, left side, 11:29 the dial, giving a baby head start to Corey Wamhoff. Wamhoff dialed 11:73 in the right lane. Wamhoff goes 007 red, almost green, but not enough. Hands the win over to Badur, who runs 19 thou under the dial, but no problem there, as Wamhoff had already red lit. Corey Hansen now left side, 12:59 the dial. Phil Watkins, 10:46 the dial in the 69 Chevelle in the right lane. They go. Watkins, 65 red. Hansen, 38 green. That's your winner. Corey Hansen on that 12:59 dial goes 400ths over for the win. Alex Schultz, left side, 11:60. Mike Simmons, 11:10. In the right. I think that's Simons. I think there's only one in. Simons goes red. Schultz is green. Schultz will be your winner. Goes 400ths over the dial. And that was our last pair as we move into our novice bracket. This is Reed Brown in the left lane, getting chased by Jason Cougar in the right. Cougar with a lot of wheel spin off the launch. We'll see if he can still run the number. And he can. Gets there first, taking the win. Next pair. Steve Flom, right side. Keith Lee in the left. Keith Lee with a lot of wheel spin. That's driving that manual transmission is a hard deal. Keith Lee had a great reaction time, but the wheel spin, I think, is going to do him in as he can't run the number. And Steve Flom will take the win, being 82 green and a tenth over. Still gets there by a quarter second, 2.5 tenths for the win. I believe this is our bye run of the category. Jackson Tomford, 1465 the dial, getting a free pass into round 3. Puts it 52 red, but doesn't matter. It's an automatic win. You see the W on the scoreboard, and on that 1465 goes 1493. Going to run one more round of these bracket races, then I will call for a consolation bracket race. Anybody can be in that one. Test and tune is still going on in lanes 1 and 2, and we do have a motorcycle final in the staging lane, so we'll get to that momentarily. Looks like they're coming out now. Our motorcycle drivers are both suited up. They are making their way to the boxes of water and eventually the starting line in just a moment or two. This is our first final of the day. This is the motorcycle shootout. Nels Torgerson, left side, dialed 1125. Getting almost a 2-second head start from Jeff Serene. Serene dialed 931 over here in the right lane. Serene out of Pepin, Wisconsin. Torgerson out of Blair, Wisconsin. Torgerson on a 02 Road King. Serene on his 85 Suzuki. Off they go, and congratulations goes to Nels Torgerson. He's green. Jeff Serene, 6 thou red. That's the end of it, no matter what happens from this point on. Nels Torgerson, our first champion here today. He is the motorcycle shootout champion. Congratulations, Jeff Serene, for getting to the final. But Nels Torgerson gets the best of the 2 runs, and he is our motorcycle champion. So I think we have 2 of 3 remaining in our novice bracket. And let's see, we had 11, I think, go down. So we need 6 to come back in our advanced/intermediate bracket. So great job, guys. We have all of our novice cars back. And we have 2 of 6 advanced intermediate bracket racers back. Test and tuning is continuing on here. Carl Wamoff out of Zumbrota, Minnesota, in his 55 Chev. So we have a bit of a treat here. We don't get these very often. I believe we have a nitro burning Harley. Going to make a test pass out here testing. And if you've never seen a nitro burning Harley, this is quite a treat. In all of drag racing, I would say these are the bravest of the brave, other than the blown nitro motorcycle drivers. This is unblown, but these things are incredibly fast and ill handling. It takes quite some skill to, 1, make them run, and 2, get it down the track under power. So it looks like we have all of our advanced intermediate bracket cars back in the lanes. And here we go. Just a 330 hit right there. But it was straight and true anyways. I don't know if that's what they were looking for performance-wise, but hey, anytime the rider ends up upright on 2 wheels on one of those bikes, that's a good run. We are in the quarterfinal round of our advanced slash intermediate combo gamblers here. Muscle car shootout. Alex Schultz left side, Gene Kieski in the right. You see the dial-ins up on the board. Pretty close in ET. But if you were watching, you can guess who had the better reaction time. You can kind of tell just by watching him go down the track. As long as Alex doesn't break out, he's going to win. He runs dead on with a 0 after going 26 green, taking almost a second and a half. Dangerously close to breaking out, but when you know exactly what your car can do, Alex Schultz shows you how to win and win big. Wow. Very confident for Alex Schultz. 26 dead 0, taking 1.44 seconds of win stripe. Almost breaking out, but didn't do it. Moving on to the semifinal round. Joe Badur now taking on Alyssa Clare. Joe Badur left side, Alyssa Clare in the right. You can see Joe catching. And he gets it done. Gets there by 54 thou, little over a fender and a half for the win. Alyssa had the better reaction time, but couldn't run the dial-in and ends up in second place. Corey Hansen now left side, 12.62. Tiffany Badur, 11.29 in the right. Off they go. I can't call it a dead heat, but only separated by 10 thou in reaction time. Who's going to get there first and not break out? Well, whoever gets there first breaks it out. As Corey Hansen goes 8 thou under, taking a little over a tenth. Hands the win back to Tiffany Badur, who runs over a tenth over for the win. Jackson Tomford, 14.65 left side. Jason Cougar, 12.60 in the right. This is the semifinal round of our novice muscle car shootout. Novice bracket racers, novice shootout competitors. Off they go. Reaction time advantage this time goes to Tom Ford in that left lane, but can't convert as he was spinning off the line and just couldn't run the number. Hands the win back over to Cougar. Cougar 4/10 over the dial, gets there by 0.05 for the win. Steve Flom now, right side, 1170 the dial in that Grand Cherokee. Hellcat powered, wow, that thing really goes. That would be fun to drive to and from the track along with driving at the track.
You said you got intake and something else to it, and it was pretty much stock.
Nice. 1237 on that 1170. As we get back into our test and tune cars. And we've run 3 rounds of our competition. I promised you a consolation race. And I'll call you if you want to keep racing. If you've been eliminated from today's programs, come on up. Lanes 7 and 8. 7 and 8 for consolation brackets. So if you've been eliminated and you don't feel like doing any more testing and tuning, come on up in 7 and 8. Get in the consolation bracket race. You are racing for a big trophy. And fame and fortune, you bet. No doubt about that. We are having a good time here at the Muscle Car and Motorcycle Shootout here at Rock Falls Raceway today. As Brian Gadecki lets it rip. Another 480 pass at 154. He's got things hooked up and is solidly running that car, run after run. Fastest car on the property so far today. Once again, Consolation racers, if you've been eliminated from your race you were in today, and it doesn't matter if you're novice or the advanced intermediate class, all run lanes 7 and 8. Bring them on up for your Consolation race. Here it is, novice final coming at you. This is Steve Flom, left side, dial 1170, giving almost a second head start to Jason Cougar in the GTO in the right lane. Off they go. Oh! Jason Cougar's green, Steve Flom is red. Congratulations, Jason Cougar. You are the novice champion today here at the Muscle Car Shootout, Rock Falls Raceway. Congratulations goes out to Steve Flom for your runner-up position. An act of aggression in drag racing is never a mistake. So going red is not a bad deal unless there's a mechanical failure, but if you were trying hard and you went red, you did the right thing. We have 3 cars left in our advanced intermediate class. Husband, wife, I believe, are 2 of them. Oh, and they are scheduled to run each other. Oh, my. So good to see our Consolation competitors all getting in line. We're just about getting ready to send them off. So if you want to get in the Consolation, you should be in lanes 7 or 8 ASAP. So I announced earlier we're going to try and do all of our trophy presentations and awards at the end once we complete everything. If you can't stay till the end, we understand it. But Jason Cougar, I see you coming down. Yeah, we'll get pictures taken. Right on. But also, I mean, if your race is over, as far as I'm concerned, you qualify for the Consolation race. If you want to hop into that and try and double up, no problem there. But we're going to run till about, we should be done with eliminations by about 4 o'clock, and that's kind of the target we're looking to shut this program down. Just so everybody knows, those who are still testing and tuning, about 4 o'clock is when we should be ending all of our eliminations, and at that point, we'll be done for the day. That's just kind of a hit or miss deal, but that's what we're looking at right now. Just want to keep everybody equally informed on what's going on. We got 1 car in the lanes for our advanced intermediate. So Jason now getting his picture taken in the winner's circle. We'll get that trophy out to him, I hope. Congratulations, Jason. I'd be down to interview you, but I got a few more races to run. So here come the Badurs. They've time trialed a few times together, and they're going to do more than time trial now. They're racing to see who goes to the final. I believe that's how this shook out. And here they come into the boxes of water to do some burnouts and resume competition. Couple of different trains of thought when it comes to a consolation race. I prefer this one. These are the racers that are the most angry and want to win the worst. They've already lost today, and they got a second chance to get themselves in the winner's circle. They want to get it done. And unfortunately, the way things are in the computer, I don't get names. Pontiac G8 left side, 1247, going to be chasing down Betty Connor. I want to say that's a Schultz running that G8. Just don't know the first name. Apologize for this stuff. Do the best I can. Both away with green light starts. Both pretty darn good green lights, and Schultz gets the win on the double breakout. Breaks it out by 6 thou less than her opponent. Close. Once both cars break out, whoever broke out the least amount is your winner, and that was Schultz in that left lane. I know that's a boat, and over here in the right lane, dialed 1145, turns it into a win. Getting there by 48 thou, a little less than 5/100ths of a second. Again, a little less than half a car. Left side, 1260 the dial. Mike Simons in the right, dial 1107. Simons goes 26 red. Hands the win over to the Caprice. I should say the Impala SS. Kevin Post, I recognize, left side. 1132 the dial. $10.67 the dial for the Monza. Right lane. And the win goes to Kevin Post over Jeremy Pater. Pater a little tardy on the reaction time. Kevin Post not. 19 green. Good reaction time there. Tim Concher now left side. Corey Wamoff in the right. Concher dialed 970, spotting 2 seconds and 5/100ths to Corey Wamoff over here in the right lane. Off they go. Reaction time favors the left lane this time, and Tim turns it into a win. 38 green, 4/100ths over. Gets 4 thou behind, but Wamoff broke it out 2/100ths. Clutch smoke Corvette. I understand what he's trying to do, stuff to hook him up, but man, it's gruesome to see clutch smoke coming out of the back of the car. Camaro takes the win left side. Jeff Serene right side. And Phil Watkins in the left. Off they go. Green lights a pair. Reaction time this time favoring the Chevelle. Serene gives up as something goes away in high gear on Serene's bike. He's been having trouble having it shift into high gear, and I think that's what happened this time. Phil Watkins taking the wing. Jesse Haugesegg now taking the odd lot by. 992 the dial, and that's 74 Firebird. Off goes Jesse. Goes 7th out red, but maybe he can make an adjustment for that. Coming back for round 2 in the Consolation race. Goes 995 on the 992 dial. And I think we have our I know we have a semifinal coming up for our advanced muscle car shootout racers. Three cars remain. And I think we have the husband-wife matchup we were talking about earlier. Joe and Tiffany Badur. This has been a season-long back-and-forth battle between husband and wife. Yeah.
I guess it's really not that long of a walk home. Really like 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Maybe we're deciding who makes dinner tonight or who pays for dinner tonight. I'm not sure. Tiffany dials 1131 left side. Joe dialed 1292 in the right. Oh boy, this is as good as it gets. This rivalry will never go away. So far today in reaction time, Joe is ahead 2-1. But this is when it really matters. Bracket racing at its finest. Husband in the right side, wife in the left. Off they go. Pretty darn good. Reaction time advantage goes to your winner, Tiffany Badur, 43 green and 48 thou over. Joe Badur had a chance. He was 69 green, but couldn't run the number. Ends up 4 hundredths behind for the loss. Tiffany going to the final where she's going to square off against Alex Schultz. And Joe Badur probably catching the tab for tonight's dinner. Alex dialed 1162 in that 2017 Chevy SS. Moving on. Tiffany will have lane choice based on reaction times. And our final is set. Our final is set. And the international signal for, I don't know what's going on. Hands go up. Can't get the hood closed on the CUDA. We're going to send the bike down. As an added feature for anybody that wants to do some grudge racing, mention it to the staging guys. Put some dial-ins on the car, and you can race your buddy and do some grudge racing. If you're eliminated from competition today and you're still wanting to test and tune, you can get some practicing in on your bracket racing. Just put some dial-ins on the window, tell the staging guys, and we'll set you up in a bracket racing type situation. We call it grudge racing. And you can practice your bracket racing here while you're testing and tuning. So Consolation cars, you can come right on. So we got an update after the winner's presentation in our novice bracket for the muscle car shootout. Not Jason Cougar, as I've been saying all day. Sometimes we get misspellings and things. Sometimes people don't write very clearly on their tech card. Jason Vaughn. Jason Vaughn, congratulations go out to you in your GTO, your 05 GTO. Beautiful red race car. You know, I like them red, and I like race cars. I don't distinguish. I prefer Mopars, but I'm not gonna say bad things about that beautiful car. Jason Vaughn, congratulations. That is Jason Vaughn. Congratulations on your win in the novice bracket here at Rock Falls Raceway on our muscle car shootout. So I have 4 Consolation winners in the lanes. I need 4 more. 4 more of you. We have a final coming up in our advanced intermediate combo bracket. We have a final coming up. Tiffany Badur and Alex Schultz in that final. And our bike winner, Nels Torgerson. If you haven't already got your winner circle pictures, we're going to do all those at the end of the day. Come around to the front of the, I should say, the end of the eliminations. Oh my goodness, that's not good. Big pop out both tailpipes on that Mustang while he was under full power. I know it's a big nitrous car, so it looks like obviously something leaned out. And hopefully nothing came apart. No sign of anything on the track from up here anyways. We got to run on down and check it out just in case, because it's a pretty bad deal when you're under full power and it leans out bad enough for it to pop out both tailpipes and kills the motor. So what do we got now? We got six out of 8 cars back in the Consolation race. Looks like number 7 is on his way. For those of you heading out, thanks for joining us today at Rock Falls Raceway. As always, we wish you safe travels on your way home. And we look forward to the next time we see you here at Rock Falls Raceway. We can't thank you enough for spending your time with us here. Waiting on one more Consolation car to come back. Otherwise, test and tune continues in lanes 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
So Kevin Post, you were on the wait and see buy, which I can tell you right now, there's 8 cars, so you won't get the buy, but you will get lane choice, Kevin. So as long as you keep winning, you'll retain that lane choice. Otherwise, we will award it to someone else if you get beaten this round. Otherwise, we will draw cars out and send them down the track for the quarterfinal round of our Consolation race. I don't care. I get excited for any kind of competition. Like I said before, the Consolation race is the hardest to win because these people want to win the most. So, Nels, I think you're still here. Certainly want to get a picture of you in the winner's circle. I don't know if you're waiting till the end of the day and come up with the rest of the winners. If you need to get out of here early, you can come up and get your picture taken now and get your trophy. But if you're waiting, that's great, because we'll do our trophy presentations and interviews once we have all of our winners established. This is quarterfinal round. 8 cars remain in our consolation bracket. Phil Watkins, left side. Mr. Bowden in the right. Phil Watkins, dial 1026. Again, I see a red race car. I see a car I like. Off they go. Wow, that Chevelle is pretty fast. Is he going to catch Mr. Bowden? Yes, he got there first by 5 thou, but he had to break it out 12 thou to do it. Bowden moving on as Phil Watkins breaks it out by 12 thou. Was locked out, had no chance of winning. Took 4 thou, breaks it out 12 thou. Even if he goes dead on, he still breaks it out. Jesse Haugesag now, right side. Reed Brown over in the left side in the Camaro. Off they go. Jesse in control. Gets there, out of the throttle, regulates it just right, taking the win, getting there by a quarter of a second. Jesse Haugesag moving on to the semifinal round. Tim Conchier now right side. Corey Hansen, left side. Off he goes. And they both go red. True start in effect. They break out both by 1 thou difference. 25 thou red for Corey, 26 thou red for Tim. Corey moving on by virtue of true start. Kevin Post now left side. And I know this is a Schultz. Samantha Schultz in the right, dial 1247. Off they go. Oh, by 8 lousy thou, Kevin Post goes red. Handed the win over to Samantha Schultz, and we will pick a new buy car out of that last round. At least they'll have lane choice. 4 cars coming back for the semifinals in our consolation race. And once again, the final round, you can come up anytime. Alex and Tiffany, you can wait till we get to the final of the consolation, and we can run both finals consecutively. So it's up to you, racers, if you want to make that decision. You certainly can. Joe Badur going to dig deep in the wallet. Pay for dinner tonight. Tiffany's choice, I'm sure. I suggest Johnny's, Tiffany. Make Joe take you to Johnny's. Get yourself that filet. That's a great, great item over there. But otherwise, testing continues. Lanes 1 and 2, testing continues. Once we wrap up our final in the consolation, which we have 2 rounds to go yet, so no hurry there. We'll be just about done with the program once we get our finals run. We're targeting 4 p.m., and if it happens sooner, that's probably going to just put the seal on the day. I'll let you know as that unfolds. If any of you still want to take some more hits in your test and tune. You are certainly welcome to do that while we are still running our competition rounds. So we will keep running test and tunes between the rounds of competition. I see Alex Schultz coming up in the lane. So we're waiting on Tiffany for that advanced intermediate final, the big final. Again, as Travis said before, fame and fortune await all champions here today. Or maybe it was just fun and fame. Probably not a lot of fortune. So I have good news for Samantha Schultz. We've had some breakage. We had breakage in the round of, should have been 4. But Samantha Schultz, you will get the bye to the final by virtue of a car that broke, and that only remains 3 cars then remain. And you had the best winning reaction time of the previous round. Haven't had a bye yet. All those things that qualify you. So Samantha Schultz, you're going to the final of the Consolation Gambler, we'll call it, if you want to call it that. But you're going to the final. Corey Hansen will square off against Mr. Haugesag, Jesse. And we have a final round coming up in our advanced intermediate, the big race of the day. Again, for the winners of today's races, we'll once we complete the second final, we'll be down for interviews and trophy presentations in the winner's circle at the front of the tower. Unless you have a prior engagement and you have to leave, we can get your picture real quick. But if you want to wait, like I say, I'll be down. We'll be doing interviews. And it looks like coming out first is going to be our advanced/intermediate final. Tiffany Badur and Alex Schultz. We have another Schultz going to a final. Could be the Schultz day. Time will tell as the eliminations unfold in front of us. And as they come around the corner into the burn box, or the box of burning, tires ignite, smoke flies. Alex Schultz, left side, 1164. Tiffany Badur, 1132 in the right. This is for all the marbles. Big trophy. Okay, there's no marbles involved, but there is a big trophy. And the prestige of being the muscle car champion here today at Rock Falls Raceway. Oh no! And Alex could not hold the car in place. Ends up breaking the beams and rolling through. Tiffany Badur, your winner. They both throttle him out the back door. Badur goes dead on with an 8. Dead on, showing how it's done. Congratulations, Tiffany Badur. Congratulations, Alex Schultz. An unfortunate roll through on the beams. Got on the gas, holding the brake, didn't hold. Goes red. Tiffany Badur, your winner. Congratulations, Tiffany. It is going to be filet mignon night at Johnny's for Tiffany, courtesy of husband Joe. We got our Consolation semifinals coming up. This is semifinal action, Consolation race. Samantha Schultz going to take the bye after we have our competition round, the only pair here, as we lost a car due to breakage. We had 4, we're down to 3. Corey Hansen, right side, 1261. Over 2.5 second head start, going to be out there about 200 feet. Being chased by Jesse Haugesegg. Off they go. Jesse is your winner as Corey goes 6th red. 6th red. Jesse, 41 green, dead on with a 3. 44 total. That makes you feel good when you're headed to a final and you just went dead on. Very good pass. Now Samantha Schultz taking the bye run into the final, going to square off against Jesse Haugesegg. Needs to have a 41 light or better. No, I think she'll retain lane choice. No, she uses the bye. So she goes 108 green. Haugesegg will have lane choice in the final on the 1247 dial. Schultz goes 200ths under. That establishes our final for Consolation. And I think I just heard Tiffany roll in to the winner's circle. So I'm going to pop down there for a quick interview before our final, our Consolation final. It's out, in and out a lot. it as quick as we can. Tiffany Badur, our advanced/intermediate muscle car champion today here at Rock Falls Raceway. That's got to sound good. It had to feel good when you saw your win lap on and you get to take a parade lap down. How does it feel, Tiffany?
It does feel good.
Which feels better, the win in the final or the win in the semifinal over the hubby?
The semifinal.
There. Exactly. Keeping track of your time trials and whatnot, and Joe was ahead 2-1. You evened the score and did one better by getting to the final and then winning in the final. Congratulations, Tiffany. Any other words you have for your competitors that you stomped on all day long?
I think I just kept getting lucky today.
That's a modest approach. You did very well, and congratulations once again go out to you.
Thank you.
Nels Torgerson, our bike champion today, muscle car bike shootout. There's your trophy. Tremendous job today. Best race you'll ever have, but you know what? A win is a win, and if you're out here trying, we compliment you on that, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wish there was some more bikes, but I'm here. That's what counts. Buddy's here, and the other guys are here, so it worked out well.
Very good. And if I remember right, this is a 02 Road King. Is that what that is? What did I say wrong?
It's an 02 Road King, R6, Electric Glide, whatever you want to call it. It's got parts from everything.
Okay.
So
Tremendous. So how long have you been racing this bike?
this set up 2 years, and then I've been starting to come here for like 8 years, I think.
That's terrific. We're glad to have you anytime you come out. Once again, congratulations on your big win today here at Rock Falls Raceway. And there is a It's not taped on very well. Don't let that fall off. Congratulations, Nels.
Thank you.
So, nope. I have to get closer. All right, I'll do this remotely. Jesse Haugeseg, left side, 995 the dial. Samantha Schultz, 12. Right lane. I don't have the advantage of a computer screen, so I can't tell you who had better lights and whatnot. We're going to watch this all together and see who is our Consolation champion today here at Rock. Motorcycle. Time. Congratulations goes out to Jesse Haugeseg. Congratulations goes out to Samantha Schultz on the runner-up finish in the Consolation race, where everybody grits their teeth a little harder for the win. I'm not sure. My memory is pretty bad. I think, is that Eric Bandit? That was a pretty good pass he made in the Nova that run. I think best one of the day. Really solid, 926, 148 miles an hour. can roll on up to the winner's circle at the front of the tower. Jesse, you can appear to the tower for your trophy presentation. Get some pictures. All right, we're waiting on the kids in the winner's circle. Hold off our festivities till the kids are here. So, your kids, just come on down to the winner's circle. We're waiting for you. Congratulations goes out to Jesse Haugesok on his Consolation win here at the Muscle Car and Motorcycle Shootout at Rock Falls Raceway today. Jesse, here's your trophy, and more importantly, there's one of these on there, which is that's always a prize worth. Congratulations on your win today. I don't know when you got knocked out in the first race. We had a consolation race. You came back. I always say this is the hardest one to win because these are the people that are the most well, they're the most pissed off because they lost once already, and they want to win again. So you made it through. You got it done in the final round. Congratulations, Jesse.
Thank you.
Anybody you want to thank for helping you get here today, or any sponsors you want to mention? You said you hadn't raced here in quite a while. We're happy you came back to give it a try. We hope you come back again.
All right. Well, thank you. Thanks to my wife, Val, Chase, Sophie, and Mom and Dad.
Terrific. Sounds good to me. Let's come on in here. Let's get some pictures, everybody. So we're done with our competition today. It looks like most of you are probably done or wore out, or your cars wore out, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a final call. If you want to make any other time hits, I'm going to make a final call to staging. If you want to get one last time trial in, one last hit on the starting line, come on into staging. But I will close the staging lanes down here in, 13 minutes. We'll close them at 3:30. And we'll call it a successful day. Thank you all for coming out here today, spending your day with us here at Rock Falls Raceway. We can't think of any other way to have a great time is to spend it at the racetrack. We thank you for coming out. We congratulate all our winners. And really, congratulations starts with everybody. Sometimes making it to the racetrack is the hardest part. And we're glad you were here today to join us. We wish you safe travels on your way home. And we look forward to the next time we see you again here at Rock Falls Raceway. So, like I say, I'll make a final call for the staging lanes. We'll close them in 10 minutes now at 3:30. And whatever's left in the staging lanes, we'll run them out. Otherwise, we will shut the doors on the day. So I think the concession stand is still open. If you want to get something to eat or drink before you go, stop on over. I see we got one of our fast cars coming up for another hit. Brian Godecki making his way to the staging lanes. And any other takers that want to make a last time trial for the day, we certainly welcome you up. But like I say, we'll close the staging lanes in 10 minutes, and we will call it a day. Very successful day here at Rock Falls Raceway. Minimal moisture on the track. We had a little bit of a slowdown that we had to dry off the track. We got that taken care of, and the track has been fantastic all day long. And one last time, we want to wish James Pierce a happy 18th birthday. If you're still on the premises, James, happy birthday. If you have left the property, we appreciate you coming out today, spending your birthday with us. Happy birthday, James Pierce. So there's still time to make it up to the lanes for your final pass. Once you're in the lanes, that's fine. We'll take you when you feel like it, but we need you in the lane, so at least we know you want to make a pass. Brian Godecki making it back. Phil Watkins coming back for another lap. And that's just about going to do it. About 5 more minutes. If you want to make a lap, you should be on your way. Should be on your way to the staging lanes. Like I say, I'm going to shut them down at 3:30 precisely. Looks like best pass of the day there for Brian. 478, 155. Little crooked. Drove through it. Great pass. That's at the 8th mile, anyways, for those who want to know. Phil Watkins now. Man, I really like this car. Classic, fast Chevelle. Puts it through 10-12 at 132. I don't see any other takers coming up to make a pass. We'll close the staging lanes down at this point. We'll thank everybody for showing up. Racers and race fans and spectators alike. Oh, we got a Harley coming up. We got a Top Fuel Harley coming up for one last pass. So you can stay in your seats because that's always worth watching. You don't get a chance to see nitro burning Harleys very often. Certainly not here at Rock Falls Raceway. But we have Paul Warner, Pro Harley, that is. I don't know if it's nitro burning, but it's a Pro Harley. Whatever it is, it's scary and fast. We have Eric Bandit up here, going to make one last hit. Had a pretty good one last time. Here comes Paul Warner up in his Pro Harley. That'll probably be the last pass of the day. Eric Bandit. I was down there for his burnout last time he went down the track. I did hear a turbo spool, so a lot of power. Been having trouble keeping it harnessed, getting out of the hole, but made a good pass last time. Went like 912. See what happens this pass. Very clean out of the hole. Putting the power to it. Very small tire car. 914 at 151. Another good pass from Eric Bandit. Ends the day with two good passes. For anyone here that is planning to spend the night, before you set your camp tent stakes down, you might want to see somebody, track staff, i.e. Travis. If you're not going to spend the night, thanks for being here. But if you are planning on spending the night, Travis wants to talk to you. Yeah, you still can spend the night, but we might need to ask you to move, that's all, depending on where you're already at. So, big show coming in tomorrow, big import show. Expecting a lot of people, a lot of fun. And getting ready for the last pass of the day, Paul Warner on his Pro Harley. Paul is out of Sheldon, Wisconsin. 120 cubic inch Harley Davidson. Says 300 horse. That's a bunch. Just a note, Eric Bandit, if you're missing an accessory belt, they have it at the ET Shack. Not sure if it was you, but one of the last cars that went down tossed a accessory belt, and it is at the ET Shack. I don't know if that's you, Eric, or if that was someone else, but if you're missing an accessory belt, it is at the ET Shack. Paul Warner is our last pass of the day on his Pro Harley. We'll see what kind of pass he's going to make. Made a 330-foot shot the last time. And being the last pass of the day, he might go a little bit farther. I like that. Checking the exhaust pipes with the temperature gun. Make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to before they turn them loose. There he goes. Wow, that bike is tugging real well. 573 at 131 in the eighth. It's a little sluggish out of the hole, but it comes on hard, making big horsepower. Paul Warner running that Pro Harley for our final pass of the day here at Rock Falls Raceway.